Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name is Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. Last live stream we did some nice bug fixes that polished the combat even more than before, and we spent the majority of the stream coding in some nameplates for the loot, so when the player steps over the loot, the name pops up and we see what the item is. So I'm just going to show you guys how that works, because the first part of this stream I need to fix the loot, because sometimes it's not directly above the item. So we just need to test this. So at the moment, so you see that one is, strangely, the bones hasn't been an issue. The emerald one seems to be the most problematic, and we actually have an emerald that's dropped there. Why is that not showing the nameplate for the emerald? That's interesting. That's it, that's a first for the emerald. Interesting. I wonder why it did that. Okay, so I've queried this with AI because I'm not too sure what is causing, as you can see, there's the item and the nameplate's directly above it. This this is the same for all of them. Now, I'm wondering if it's to do with this. So what I'm going to do is on the frame, so the canvas is fine. What we're going to do is on this, hold on. Right, so I've set that to the bottom center. So bottom center, so that is for the bone stack. For this one, bottom center. Right, so all of those. Horizontal layout group. I wonder if that's why. Lower center. I'll have the canvas horizontal layout group as lower center. Why is that not changing? Weird. Alright, let's give it a go. I'm not too sure why that first emerald, why it was, there was no nameplate. Oh, sorry, hold on. Turn that canvas off. The canvas is meant to be hidden until the player walks over the trigger. Why the why is it still doing that? It's completely off. Oh man, I'm gonna have a headache. I'm determined to fix this. I'm wondering if it's because of that, will get the fix on this. We'll get this sorted. It can't be this hard to get the nameplate showing above the item. It can't be. Right, one viewer last night did mention about on the loot manager, we use relative force. I wonder if it's that. I'm going to query this. Rotation. So that rotation, just go into there. Right, so add force applies force in world space coordinates. Relative force applies force in a local space of the object. So it looks like, I just want to see what happens if I just unplug that. So adds a random rotation and the explosion force. What I've removed, what I've unplugged is the add relative force. I'm just wondering if that might be messing with the positioning. I mean, if it's the relative force and that's the local space of the object, that might potentially explain why the nameplate and the object itself are actually getting messed around. Oh, that looks above the emerald, and we're still getting the loot. The loot is still getting that kind of, the way the loot drops, it doesn't look any different from me unplugging the relative force, it doesn't actually look... It doesn't look like it's different. Like, those nameplates look like they are actually above the object. I am thinking maybe to remove the capitals and give a bit more space on those nameplates. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to kill a load of skellies and then we're going to check the nameplates. Welcome to the stream. So we're just going to create a bit of a loot fest here. We're going to kill lots of skellies and then we're going to check all the nameplates. What is with that emerald? It's really annoying me. Problem is, I'm a perfectionist and I can't... If something's not quite right, if it's just off, it will bug me. Pun intended. Like, what's annoying is this emerald here, that nameplate is pretty decent. Change the emerald collider to a box. Welcome to the stream, Awen. I would rather not. Do you remember the reason why I didn't choose boxes? Because it won't sit right. If I have a box collider on the emerald, then the other loot objects I mean, it just won't sit right in the environment. Like, I think I've got the current colliders to exclude other loot items so that they don't literally stack on top of each other like a stack of pizzas. Still doing it. I mean, that one's completely off. Look at that. That's ridiculous. This one is okay. What I've done, Awen, is I've unplugged the relative force and just removing that, the way the loot spawns, it's no different. It still works. So I think I'm gonna remove those sections. How are you doing today? You feeling a bit better after yesterday? I'm just wondering if it's somehow the UI. Like, is it the horizontal group that's possibly You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to remove the horizontal layout group. I just want to test this. Because the reason I had that it was because I had the name and then the description. I'm wondering if that's somehow messing with it. Right, let's give that a test. No, I just wonder, like, I don't know. I've queried this problem with AI, and it came up with 5 possible solutions. Fuck's sake. Oh man. It's sometimes slightly off with the other objects as well, though. That's what I've noticed. But it shouldn't be moving that, though. See, the moment if I change that to a box collider, if I change that to a box collider, it's gonna like, I've got it to exclude characters so that we can walk through the loot and we don't walk on top of it. If one loot lands on top of another loot, it's literally going to create like a stacking effect, and I don't want that to happen. So it's kind of like we might have to exclude the loot layer, because we've got a loot layer. All of those have the layer loot. What we'll do right, box collider. I'll turn off the mesh collider. So we've got the box collider there. I might as well turn off those ones as well. If we just put a box collider on all of them. So Mesh Collider is still on there, but we've we've turned that inactive and we've put on Box Collider. Now what we need to do on the Box Collider, we need to exclude characters. It's gonna make sense to Right, so we've swapped out for a Box Collider. Now I know that these items are going to stack because we're not excluding the loot layer. So all the loot items, if they land on top of each other, they're literally going to be boxes stacked on top of boxes. Interesting. So we're not getting a spin. I mean, they are different. The rotation, the rotation is different. The nameplate looks dead center on those bones. It does look dead center. Oh, the emerald. That looks good to me. Can you see what I mean about the box? Can you see it's sat on top of the box there? Can you see? But the nameplates do look dead center. Now, right, so one thing I've noticed, obviously those nameplates, that's unreadable. I'm wondering if it might make sense . It's almost like, I was thinking about this last night, I think, about having the vertical UI box that actually lists the loot. So if you see here, for example, where we're stood on top of like 2 bones, we're getting multiple nameplates. It's almost like, should we have like maybe something at the top right that will show the items that you're currently standing on to like loot. But those nameplates, they do look, yeah, I know. I don't know why the spinning stopped. But the nameplates do look directly above, don't they? It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's and what we need to do is we need to have the text the same size, because obviously the bones, the size of that font is so much bigger than Emerald. So it's almost like what we need to do is so we've got this mechanic in, but it's not 100% just yet. It feels like it's kind of getting there. I'm just trying to think of different ways, but it looks like it's resolved the issue with the nameplate being completely off center. And yeah, it's a shame that we've not got that spinning rotation. I mean, I'm not too fussed if we don't have the spin. Just try to think of So the text should be a little bit closer to the object, but I really do feel like instead of having the way it currently works, where we've got a UI, a fixed UI that's custom for every single thing, I think what would be better is if we somehow had, I don't know, like a prefab or a loot nameplate prefab. So when you stand over the trigger, it will show that item, and then we could set the text, we could have the padding, and that would make sure that it kind of, you know, the box changes to the length of the writing, because at the moment yeah, like the fonts, the sizing is just a bit inconsistent, and it's bugging me. Now, because we got the pizza box effect, do you see what I was saying about the loot? Those boxes, can you see how the bones are levitating? Because it's sat on top of the box collider. So what we'll do, I'm just going to quickly go into the prefabs. I'm just thinking, if we had the canvas set at, because the canvas at the moment is 0.4 on the Y, so it's almost like what you'd want to do is, if you had a prefab of a canvas, then I don't know which is the most efficient way. Instantiating a nameplate every time you walk over an object, or to have it as a child canvas component, you know? I just don't know what the most efficient way is. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm debating in my head. Let's just have a quick look at the code. I forgot why I was going into the code. Right, so on the box collider, we're going to include loot. And that will stop the pizza box effect. I'm patenting that. Are you on about a couple of suggestions for the way the nameplate's displayed? I just don't think instantiating I mean, it feels like the nameplate should be I mean, what we can do is I mean, if we got the position of the gem topaz, for example, and then set the position right, what I've done is I've added in the loot layer to be excluded, so the items should now not stack like pizza boxes. So we're just going to test this. What's going on there? Why is there a bit of yellow Why did that just spawn 2 loot? Why is that yellow? There's a little bit of yellow. Can you see that on the bone? Why is that? Can you see that? There's a... Is that a nameplate? Can you see that? What is that? What is that bit of orange or yellow on the bones? What is that? It almost looks like a topaz. Oh, it is! You can see... Right, it's a topaz. There I was thinking it was a bug. I mean, it would look ridiculous if I left those boxes, those square boxes, and the loot just keeps stacking on top of each other. I don't like the idea of that effect. I think it will look daft. Failed perception check. My perception is level 1, dude. Again, you can see there. I think we do need to have that X and the Y on there because that force, I think that force I had actually spaced the loot apart a little bit. Because I don't really want the loot sitting directly on top of each other. And the problem with the loot being on top, as I was getting confused, as you can see there, we've got bones and topaz. It's giving me a bit of a headache thinking about it. Really, it's like it's almost like, well, you need to see all of the loot. So if the nameplate is already, if it's basically on top of each other, like you want to have it stacked vertically. Jesus Christ. It's like we fix one thing and then it's like, okay, now you can't really see the loot, even though there's like 2 items there. At a glance, it doesn't appear that way. So this is why I was thinking about the instantiating some kind of almost like I don't know, if you're in multiple triggers, then if you had like a boolean or something, and then you'd add it to like, if we, yeah, I think that could work actually. If we, let me just make a note of this. So if we had let me just So game object, loot window prefab, and then within that prefab, I mean, where would you set the location of it though? And then how would you scroll through the loot and pick up, like, if there's certain loot that you didn't want, you need to be able to pick up the bits you want, so. I mean, you could use the middle mouse to potentially wheel through the loot. And then press E to pick it up. So if we had a loot window at the top right, so it would basically, if there was nothing in that loot table, then it would be like 0, so it would be invisible. But when you walk over the loot, it would show. It would show. Yeah, so if the moment you step into a trigger box, then it would show up the top right. Like, I think that's kind of a nice way of doing it. Instead of cluttering the floor with nameplates, if you actually had like a loot window, a loot interface, which just simply displayed the text, and also I've not really seen that being done in a game. Yes, I did check convex, I think. Why is that an issue? I think that would look a bit daft, having... Yeah, convex is what I had, because it was actually to the shape of the actual model. It's very strange though, isn't it, that unchecking the mesh collider, the box collider, the nameplate and things. I mean, if I got rid of the box collider, we could have the mesh as it already was. We could revert back to that, because I mean, it's nice having the nameplates on the floor. A lot of games have that. Diablo 2, RuneScape, Titan Quest. I mean, there's no harm in doing it differently. I don't have to follow the conventional ways that developers have been doing it. I'm just thinking it means less on-screen UI clutter in the actual world environment, and especially because it's like a third-person perspective. It's not a point-and-click game, it's a third-person perspective, so I'm feeling like having the loot interface, like if we go here for example, if I just expand this, up the top here, we could have the loot window, and that would only ever be as big or short as the loot that you're standing on. And then what we could do is we could have the middle mouse, because at the moment the middle mouse doesn't have a function. So we could use mouse down, mouse up to navigate through that list. And then whatever item is highlighted, it would, if you were to press E, you'd be able to loot that item. I feel yeah. Well, we can just test that. Let's just quickly go back into the prefabs. If we turn off the box collider and put the mesh collider back on, because what I liked about the mesh collider was the mesh collider, it was to the exact shape of the model, which meant the pizza stacking box effect, it didn't look that way, because the mesh, the collider is exactly to the shape of the object, which is what I liked. So, and because I'm going to change the way mesh collider on, box collider off, mesh on, box off, mesh on, box off, mesh on, box off, mesh on, box off. Let's just test that. So it should have that rotation. I think that's how I want to do the loot. I feel like that will be a nice. It's actually a very different way to how looting happens. It's still, you're still going to be able to pick up the item if you're standing on it, but it's more presented in a bit of a tidier way, I guess. Did you see that? Weird, isn't it? So the box collider doesn't have a spin. Whereas, and also, did you notice the loot is actually spacing apart? Did you notice that? You see how it's not completely stacked on top of each other as well? Whereas the box collider, it's all stacked on top of each other. I mean, we could always have, instead of having a loot window up the top right, we could always have it, I guess, I think I'll stick with the mesh collider. I like the rotation, it's sexy. Right, let's think about this loot window then. If we were to have that, like, here, if we were stood here, for example, I'm just thinking about the eyes. Like, my eyes at the moment are looking on my character, center screen. If I was to look up the top right and read, it's gonna be... Or, what about if it was top center? What about if it was top center of the screen? So, not above the character's head, but at the top center of the screen. Is that... Oh, we've got blood ruby! Oh, it's so sexy. 1% chance for that. Long arm, welcome, dude. Welcome. Yeah, I'm thinking loot window at the top. And then when we stand on an item in the trigger, then we... But then what you... Oh my god. Right. Okay. think about this. It's going to need to go on the HUD, on the canvas HUD. So it would be a it would need to be at the top. Right, just trying to think about this, guys. So if we're stood on an item, if we're in the trigger, let's just go to the prefab code. So when we're in the trigger, we're not even going to need this constraint nonsense. So if we had a loot window above the player character, just entitled loot, and then below that you would have horizontal, I mean, it would be a scrolling box, wouldn't it? But then I'm just wondering what the best way is, because as we move down the middle mouse, you want to almost select or highlight. I've not really done the scrolling box too much, but on the scrolling box, is there the option to kind of highlight or select the object? So you basically need to have something in here to say when you enter the trigger, you then, instead of this, you would do something like if the player enters the trigger, add field to HUD loot box, and then I can actually use these post-it notes as little objectives. So this is what we want to happen, then I just do the code for it. So you probably want to somehow get the index when it's added. It would be given an index number. But then I think we need to, right, let's just do this, because I feel this is going to be a lot nicer way of presenting the information. I mean, I think I like the idea of the loot menu being at the top right, so that the player's view isn't obstructed, because tricky, isn't it? Let's just do it. Let's just create an empty. So we're going to call this loot window. I'll call it loot browser. That would be a much better term for it. 2D. So at the moment that's that's there. scroll rectangle. What is that? Horizontal scroll bar. Right. Well, we need something. I'm just querying what the best way is with AI for this one. I just want to, because I know how I want it to function. I want it to basically, I want the loot to appear in the window. I don't want you pressing like numbers 1 to 9 to pick the loot. I want it to kind of be like you use your middle mouse to scroll through the loot, and then you can press E and then pick it up. So if there's trash that you don't want, you can just quickly scroll through it with middle mouse. I've just not done this before, this kind of UI in-game option. Okay, just bear with me, guys. Okay, it's saying scroll rectangle for a vertical loot browser. So we've got the loot browser here. We've got the scroll rectangle component. Set the scroll's direction to vertical. So inside here, add a content game object. What? But I don't have any. Shit, why has that moved? No, 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 no. Why has that just moved? Why has that just moved? Why would you add content object as a child object of the loot browser? I feel like I'm getting confused here. So I've just got to pump some units. Let me just have a look. Oh, we're not on the main menu, are we? I was just thinking of the how we did the other thing. I don't know if this is the right. I have no idea. I literally just clicked in here. I clicked the item, and then it moved it. I don't know. It's all good. I just don't know if this is the right way to do this. Let me just go into. Let me just have a look at the main menu. So in the main menu, controls. Right, okay. Here we go. Right. So basically, it's a game object. So the content is what gets displayed in the thing, and it's got a vertical layout group. content size fitter. Add a scroll view object if you want to see how it should be set up. Scroll view object. Let me just make a note of. Yeah, look, this is the thing here. Look, I've got a scroll view thing here. Right, so if I go back to Canvas HUD, the loop browser, if I just actually remove, if I delete the loop browser, scroll view, and we'll call that loop browser. Okay, so this has basically got everything in it that we need. Horizontal scroll bar. Well, we don't need a horizontal. None. Then content is that content. So it would, oh my god, it's like you need to, it's like you need to, okay, I think what I need to do is just get rid of that. Because what we want to do is we want to have a title above that. So if I got rid of the loop browser and then did did an image. One minute. I'll create an empty, call that loop browser. And then within that, UI image. We would want a vertical layout group. I think. And then Right, so now when I... Oh, okay. Okay, so then, so we've got the vertical layout group, so then, now that I've got the header there, okay. I'm really not a fan of that font. If you clear parent off that offset frame, does it recenter itself? I think so. Don't hold me to that. Right. Now, because we've got the header for that, if I was to now add the scroll view, there we go. Notice that is now beneath the header because I put that title in first and we've given the loop browser game object set visit. I'm not sure, Long Arm. Is there a problem? I don't. I don't know if you're spotting a problem here or not. So what we need to do is we need to get this to be the same width, which is 500. Perfect. And we know that that is pretty much well, yeah, I mean everything that's part of the children would inherit the parents' position. That scroll bar. I wonder if we can change the shape that. If we had it as a rectangle, that would be much better. So that's UI mask. Is that not like a square? That, obviously, the top one is an image. I mean, when we're testing this, we can make sure that, you know, if there's ever any UI issues, long arm, I can always kind of look into fixing those. I don't think there is an issue. I don't know if long arm's asking a general query about parenting and children. I'm not sure. Right. I just want a rectangle. So if I did, on the viewport, if I did no image, still doing it as a, oh, you were on about that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it made me panic. It's fine. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. I did something that I shouldn't have, basically, and I fixed it. Don't worry, dude. All good. Right. What we want to change is this curved oh, there we go. Done. Much better. Now we got a rectangle. Right, now we just need to make sure There we go. Lovely. So I'm thinking if we... Right, we're not going to have... We're just having vertical. We're just having a vertical scroll bar. And if I got rid of the horizontal, right, so the colour, I think I'm going to go for 180, so that was on 100. That's looking nice, isn't it? Loop browser, so you see it should be nice and readable. My coffee has gone cold, guys. Okay, so at the moment, nothing's happening. I'm assuming because we haven't got anything in there. Okay, so we need to add content to here. And the content is basically going to be text. So how the hell are we going to do this? So I think what we're going to have to do is create a game object. I think what we're going to have to do is have a prefab of the text, and then what would happen is that text I mean, we know that this is a good thing to go by here. So we know the width is 500 and the height is 45. So we know that kind of scaling is fairly decent. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to do it as 30. So if I was to have if I was to create a prefab game object, TMP 500 by 300, and then basically just give it the color. So let me just make a note of this. Right, so 500 by 30. And then that would be the rectangle transform. So if I literally just kind of copied like this prefab here, I could just copy that actually. I could make that into a prefab and then amend it. So let's do that. If I go into my prefab loot, so I mean it would make sense if I just do a new folder and call it UI. So prefabs, so this is the loot, this is for the enemies, this is for the projectiles. So if I had a prefab in here, and if I just bring that into there to make a prefab, and if we rename this to, what should we call it? Loot. Lootable loot name. I'll just call it loot name. And if we go into here, if we set that to the left hand side, now that's really on the edge there. I don't want that being right on the edge. So padding. Okay, so if we go for the margin, if I go 10, no, if I go 5 and 5, there we go. Right, so, oh guys, I've just thought, hold on. this is gonna be, so if this was added to this, which is black, you'd want to have, you wouldn't want to colour with this prefab. What you would want is you would just want the name. So we've set the margins to 5 and 5 on the left and the right. So we've got space from the edge of its container, and then the colour of the text is going to be white, and it's not going to be bold. I'm really going off of that font. We are going to have to get a nicer font that feels more consistent with the game. And then this colour would basically be like that. So if I just turn off the colour basically. And then if I delete the text out, because what we're doing is we're creating the name, and then we're going to set the text of that name to the game object name. So sorry, there's quite a few steps to this, guys. It's just making sure everything's all luscious. Right, so loot name. So prefab UI loot loot common. So loot common is loot common is white. And then if we have uncommon, so common is white, uncommon will be like cyan, and then you'd have rare. I don't know if I'll have set items. I think for the moment we'll just have 4. We'll have common, uncommon, rare, and legendary. Legendary, we could go for golden actually. So white for common, cyan for uncommon, rare will be purple, legendary will be golden. Right, so we've got this one set up to be we know that the margins are right and stuff. Yeah. So if we copy that and call this loot uncommon, and go into there, the color of this one is going to be like a cyan. Quite like that shade. That's a nice shade. What we could actually do, what would be nice actually, is if we actually write the text, because this text is going to get changed when... Have you ever looked at a word and then it looks like it's not an actual word? You know, it's very rare I get this, but when you type a word and you're looking at it and you're like, is it spelled that way? Is it though? And then you keep looking at it and you're like, no, that's definitely wrong. So yeah, we'll just leave the base word in. So common is white, uncommon is that kind of teal / cyan. Now we don't actually have any rares or legendaries in the game yet. So I'm not going to make the prefabs for those. Oh! Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, we don't want to... Oh, crap. Oh, well, I dragged the item from here to here. And it's basically... Oh, hold on. It's taken that prefab. If I... 1 second. Oh, what a pain in the arse. One sec. Because I had, do you remember I had the item here and I dragged it in here to make a prefab. It's then changed that to whatever I've done in here. So if I was to change it in here, I think that would be okay. Yeah, see in the prefab itself it's not changing. But if I go back to here, center that, and that was... I'm just going to call it loot instead of loot browser. See? So the prefab itself is fine. It's because it's all good, don't worry, don't worry. Right, so we fixed that. So we've got the common and we've got the uncommon. Welcome to the stream, by the way, guys. So we've got a couple more viewers. Right, so we've got that set up. So now, I guess what we can do is we can test this. So So we would. What I need to do is I need to hop back to the other scene just to see how we've got the content on the. Oh my god, where is it? Because we've got the content container there. Canvas, controls, scroll view, viewport, content. So basically they're children of content. So children of content. So make the parent content. And then they should basically appear in there. Okay. For those of you that have tuned in, you're not getting a full representation of the game at the moment because we're doing some UI work, but you can see the game here. We're just fine-tuning the setting up the looting interface. I think this is going to be a lot better. It's not what I had planned, but I feel this is going to be a nicer way of being able to kill loads of stuff, not have the game environment cluttered with labels, and being able to, because obviously you use the mouse to look around, so your hand is always on the mouse, and being able to just literally use the middle mouse button to go up and down through the loot window. I feel that's just going to be, I don't know, it's different. I think it's going to work. It's weird because it's like a lot of the ARPGs I play are point and click, so that's how you control the character, but with this one it's third person, so it's slightly, well, it's different, isn't it? So okay, so what we need to do then is on the canvas HUD, the loot browser, scroll view, viewport, content, we're going to have to make a scene variable. So if I go on here and make a scene variable, and we'll call this loot parent. We'll call it loot parent. And the loot parent is the loot browser, it's the content. Okay. So now you're going to want to instantiate a game object. Oh, hold on a minute. No, this is right. This will work. Okay, so we instantiate the game object, and if it's the bones, it will be common because it's white. Let's check that is aligned to the left. Yeah, I'm quite excited for this. It's a very different way of handling the looting. Okay, so I wonder if you can you count the children? Can you count the children of the parent? Because what we would want to do is we'd want to count and say, does content have any children? If 0, this is invisible. So that would show and display the loop browser. I love this song. There's got to be a way that you can kind of count how many children there has to be. Has to be. You don't want to get the component, you want to... I'll tell you what, AI's been a dick. Using find child or get children node. There is no such thing. Oh. There is no such thing. Returns a transform. Get child count. The number of children. Oh, okay. AI needs update. I'll tell you what. It's obviously not clued up with the nodes. This is what I mean about Unity and visual scripting, guys. There is not a lot out there, and even AI isn't clued up on the actual name of these nodes. It literally said find child or get children, whereas this is get child. So basically you would get child count of not the loop manager, of the parent, the loop parent, which is the content, and then get the child count. So this will come out as an integer. So you want to say if it equals 0, I guess we'll have this on update because this one is custom. Oh no, it's a bit shit, isn't it? Right, so if the loop parent doesn't have any children, then we show it. So we're going to have a scene variable for loot browser. So scene variable for loot browser, game objects, and then get the loot browser, put that in there. Game objects, set active. So basically, if there are no children in the loot browser, then we're saying don't show it. But if there is children, we show it.
You're watching me.
I love YouTube adverts. Twat. Dude, I want to change that. Why are you not letting me? For fuck's sake. And I like to use white for UI. Okay, so we can see on the game at the moment the loot box is there. So now if I press play, that should be hidden. Oh, fuck yes. Yes! Progress! Progress, baby! Okay. It's a nice little step. So now what we want to do is, what we can actually do is go into our prefab of these. Now because we, oh my god, well let me just get rid of that. Okay, so if we go onto our prefab of the bone stack, we can actually get rid of this whole thing. So, because on the bone stack prefab that has the script machine. So if I get rid of the canvas, get rid of the box collider, and then if we we can also get rid of that canvas because it's not needed. And then there was something else, wasn't there? It was the main camera source, because up here we were setting the nameplate to look at the player. So the main cam source, we can get rid of that. So yeah, just get rid of that. We'll leave that in for the moment. Okay. So I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I'm sorry it's not an exciting one because UI work is, I don't know, it's finicky. There's something about it. I prefer being in code than I do work. I did enjoy UI in the Unreal Engine, but I don't know, there's something about doing UI in Unity. I'm not a fan of it. Right, so the bone stack, we removed the box collider, we've removed the canvas. So now we're going to go onto the coin stack. Now coin stack doesn't have a canvas. We're going to remove the box collider. That one's fine. Go into this, we're going to delete the canvas. Sorry, just double check that one more time. Yeah, that's collider. Right, so get rid of the box collider. Get rid of that. Okay, that's the blood ruby. Blood ruby, emerald. Now I know this may appear as we've lost some time on development because obviously yesterday I spent a few hours working on this UI display of nameplates. It did look nice, but as I say, if you are killing loads and loads, if you're farming areas and you're getting a ton of loot on the floor, it's, even though the nameplates only display when you're walking over them, I just feel like it's because it's third person as well. It's not. It's a weird way of showing the loot, I find. So I just feel like this is going to be a nicer way. It's like, I'm just thinking of World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, when you kill an enemy, you right mouse clicked on the corpse, and then it brought up a UI window, which was like a backpack, and you could see the loot on the corpse. So this is actually similar in a way, but it's not similar, it's different. So yeah. Alright, sorry, so back to business. So the blood ruby is done. So we're doing the emerald, so we've got rid of the canvas. Getting rid of the box collider. And we're going to the script graph. And we're going to get rid of that. And that. So that's the emerald. And then we go on to the topaz. Remove the canvas. Box collider. Okay, so now what we have is all of our prefabs. Sorry. I'm getting closer to what? Fallout 4. Well, I play Fallout 4. I've not played Fallout 76. I don't really want to play 76 because it's, I don't know, Fallout's always been a single player game, and with the VATS system and things, it's like that slow down time effect during VATS, it's I don't even know how the hell that would work in a multiplayer game because, well, the enemy wouldn't slow down because there's multiple players. I don't know, it puts me off. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not trying to copy the way they've done that. This is my way of doing the loot, I guess. Oh, so that's a bit pants then, because with the VAT system, it slows down time. Oh my god, dude. Please, I don't think you watch it. Please tell me you've been watching Fallout, the TV series. I kid you not. That last episode, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Episode 4. Holy shit, dude. Phenomenal. I'm not saying anything. I'm not spoiling anything, but oh my god, dude. So good. Oh my god, I want to watch it again now. Right, okay. Let's stop waffling. Let's start action. So, what we're going to do, when we go on the object... right, so for the bone... Right, let's go in here. So, when we enter the trigger, we're checking out it's the player. If it's true, we want to add... we want to add the thing. Oh, this is going to be tricky actually. So we're going to instantiate now the prefab of the bone stack. It doesn't have anything, but the UI, we're spawning that, and at the moment there isn't a TechSmash Pro on there. But if we had an object reference to that prefab, I'm hoping, I don't think it will let us though, because the TMP, I mean, that's not even... You'd want to get component of children, wouldn't you? Because that is a component. You'd want to get the component of the children, TechSmash Pro. I guess we'll do trial and error. Okay. Right, what we'll do then is, so when we enter the trigger, we want to instantiate. So if I just go in here, copy the instantiate. Oh my god, my throat. I do apologise. My throat's proper clogged up. I was getting a bit of a sniffle yesterday. Right, so we're going to instantiate loot common. So we're not doing that. We're instantiating the game object. The parent is going to be the parent is that. The position, I guess it would be that, maybe. The rotation, I guess it would all be that. I have a funny feeling that base class for all objects. Why does it do that? So you can see at the moment, right? This is really annoying. Look at this, right? So we're literally saying instantiate that prefab, right? And then when we drag off of that, it's got the bone stack, which is the script graph we're within. It's like Unity doesn't realise, the developer wants to go inside the loot common prefab, not the prefab that we're actually in. It's really annoying. So we want to set the text. No, we want to get component. Get component of child. Get component. Get component in children. So get component in children. The type is text mesh. Text Mesh Pro. Get component in the children. So we're getting that component. Fuck me. Hold on. Right, I guess. Now, I don't know why. I'm feeling like we need to get the position, get the rotation, and plug those into there. I'm just feeling like we might get an error returned for these two nodes. And I'm hoping that's going to work. Because that is a component in the child. So I guess we'll just see if it works. Variable not found, canvas. What are you on about? Oh, is that because it's inactive? Oh. Hold on. Let me just play focused. If we actually watch the loot browser content box. I'm really sorry for the throat clearing, guys. I know it's probably not nice to hear. Okay. Right, so it's not... I'm looking at the loot browser content folder, it's not adding it. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do then. In the loot manager, if I just turn that off for the moment, and we'll just see if it actually adds it. I think that's why potentially we're getting that error. So if we just have the loot browser up at all times. It's a shame you can't toggle visibility. Oh, I'm assuming you can. So we're going to see if this works. Cannot convert Unity game object to Unity. Right, okay. Oh, sorry guys. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, oh. Okay, so missing target object for TextMesh Pro. Right. Okay, it's working. We're getting the loot added, and then we've got the TextMesh Pro there. So, okay, so I think that's why we're not seeing the text in there, because, as I assumed it would happen. Bastard. Okay, I've got a solution. Let's just do... Let's just do that. We're going to add a variable. Maybe this will be an easier way around it. So where we've got the UI, if we... Oh, it's going to be a pain in the arse, isn't it? Loot bone stack. So if we type in that. Go back to here. There we go. No, I'm gonna have the same issue. Why are you being a bastard? Why is it doing that? I've literally got the... Oh my god. I hate Unity. I hate Unity. I really, really hate Unity. Oh man, I can't stand Unity. Fuck's sake. Get component in children. Maybe it's because I didn't go for the EGUI. Let's see if that is the solution. Variable not found canvas. What are you on about? Ah. Right, that's that problem fixed. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. So we know that this is... These are children. So we know we need to go to 1, 2. So it's going to be the second. It's going to be the second child, or in if Luke commons 0, and then that would be 1. So TextMesh Pro. I mean, see if that works. We know there's only one TextMesh Pro component. Hopefully this works. For fuck's sake. Missing target object. Ah. I want to query with AI what the difference is between TextMesh Pro and TextMesh Pro UG UI. I hope this works. I'm not getting any errors. Oh, sorry, dude. Oh my god. When did I mute myself? Sorry, I didn't know I'd... I must have muted myself when I was coughing. I don't know how long you've been gone or if you've stayed there, AON, but check this out. I've got it working. I'm really happy with it. Let me just round them up. You see that as we walk over the loop? You see that? Yeah, sorry. I think it's because I've been on and off coughing, and sometimes when it's been a bit grim, I've muted the mic. My mic's really sensitive though. Like, sometimes if my finger is literally not even touching my microphone, it will turn it off. It's like really good. It's a really good mic. What do you reckon to the? Do you like it? You see that? We can walk over the loop. It shows, disappears. I'd say that works pretty damn well. Cool, isn't it? So now what I need to figure out is how do you plan to add the items? So basically the coins automatically get picked up. The way I wanted it to work was you'd be able to, like the top item would be highlighted. So you get child 1, and then that would be highlighted, and then you would be able to use your middle mouse to scroll between them. That was the idea. Oh my god, dude. How many is spawning? But that works really well. So the next challenge is to figure out how we can kind of highlight them. This isn't something I've done before, so the first challenge is just to make sure that we can have using the middle mouse to just scroll between them. Oh, okay. So for keyboard or controller navigation, you can implement custom logic to move a selection index up and down, highlighting the current item. To navigate via mouse wheel, you can listen to input events and programmatically set the scroll rectangle's vertical normalized position. Right, so this is the next challenge. Right, 1 second. Okay. Prefabs, UI, okay, so if we had right, so what we want to do is toggle that image on. So there's no in the children this is the only image. So to give visual feedback to the player of the item that's selected, we can basically toggle the image on and off. So I've got it as white with an alpha of 10, so it's a very faint highlight to show that the item's kind of been selected. That's the way we can do that. So if I set that to white 10, I think that's a very nice visual feedback for players. And because the image, the component, that is the only image component of any of the children. So we basically set active, inactive. So God. This is going to be tricky. How am I going to do this then? I don't really want to add so what we're going to implement now is the ability to scroll through the amount of loot and highlight it, and then oh my God. But then what you need to do is, if the player selects an item and presses E, you need to then destroy the parent that you need to destroy the thing that created it, because at the moment the bone stack is the instantiator, if that's even a word. So when we spawn the item, we're saying the parent is the content, but we need to have something to say if the player is in the loot window and they select an item and then press E, we then need to we need to have something that can kind of link the two together because, you know, you see the complication here. It's like this works well. Let me just check the sugars. So for this one, where we spawned the object, because I had an issue with this at first where it wasn't destroying the object, where I was linking the input of the destroy to the output of the instantiate. So that worked well. So when we're playing the game, this is getting all of the things added to it. Let's try to think where the best. Almost makes me think of putting the script graph on this. The size of that should also be based on I guess you would divide the size of that like so if the game objects, if the children are more than if the children is greater than 7, then that size you would get the children count and divide. So basically that would shrink. It can't go. Yeah, it can't go below 0. No, I don't think I do have that. Parent has a type of layout group component. A child of a layout group should not have a content size fitter component, since it should be driven by the layout group. Oh fuck. What have we done? What have we done? Let me just reopen the project. Oh no. Oh no. Why is that messed up? The fuck. I think I've messed up the scroll bar. Uh, 210. Oh fuck me, what have I done? Right, let's just check. That should be okay. Right, we need to get this highlighting feature implemented for the loot, because once we've got that done, then we can work on the inventory. But I don't know, I'm feeling a bit tired. It's 4.5 hours of streaming at the moment, and we've completely redone how the loot functioned, because we were doing it with nameplates yesterday, and it's now got a much nicer way of being presented. So I guess what you'd want to do is, if I was standing on this pile of loot, you'd want to scroll through. You'd want to have well, if it was set to 0, you'd want to have the default child selected, and then when you use your mouse wheel up and down, what are those two doing over there? Okay. Welcome to the stream, guys. Just trying to think if we should have the loot manager here. It would make sense to have the UI controls for the loot manager being handled in here, because this this controls the loot being shown, the loot window being shown, as well as spawning the loot from enemies. So it does make sense to put the controls for it in here. But how do we know what's been selected through the... Because at the moment, for the main menu controls, it doesn't look like, when you scroll through the items, it doesn't when you scroll through the controls, it doesn't bring up like a highlight for the controls. It's a scroll bar where you just scroll through the items. So I don't know how this actually works with the like you can see here, we've got the highlighted colour. I'm just wondering if that's because on the viewport, I think, yeah, I hid the... No, sorry, that was for the scroll bar. What's the number of steps? Is the number of steps like when you're going through the an object, or Um, Because also the other thing is that we don't have the mouse cursor being shown. So I'm wondering, will the scroll bar even work? Because we can't physically click and drag the scroll bar, so we need to use the middle mouse to control it. What I want to happen is when loot appears, the first child will be highlighted, and then when you use your middle mouse, you'll go between the children. But then at the same time, as you're going through, if you go to a different child, the scroll bar needs to be updated, but as in the scroll bar needs to go with it. So if you're scrolling through it, I guess I haven't had much experience at all with the scroll bar component in the Unity UI. Yeah, the value, yeah, that does that, doesn't it? So I feel the size of it. The size of it should be, I feel, 1, and then as you get more and more added, it would reduce that. I don't know what this number of steps does though. Right, okay. Okay, so 0 is smoothly without snapping. So set the value. I don't know where to start with this. I feel like I'm just wasting time here looking at the screen. Select an item. So if I right, what do we want to do here? We know that we've got the loot browser is the loot browser, the whole thing. It's doing it again, isn't it? It's like you want to get the children. Maybe I do need to add a script machine to the loot browser. That way we'd have full control of that, because as you can see on here, I drag off of here, it's Unity being a dick again. Like, even I want to go into this, the loot browser, the game object, I get the loot manager, which is this graph. It's just shit. Unity's shit in that sense. I mean, this controls the visibility of this whole graph, handles spawning loot and showing the loot browser, whereas I think what I need to do is just add a script machine to the loot browser itself. I think that's the safest bet. There's going to be no harm in doing that. So if we add a script machine to the loot browser, that will control going through the items. So I'm gonna, yeah. We can always delete the script if, it doesn't work well. So I'm gonna call this loot. I'm gonna call it controller loot browser. Handles loot selection whilst loot browser window is open. Okay. Save that, delete that. So, the loot browser, and so we've got this script machine, so everything within this hierarchy we should be able to access and read. Oh my god, right. So when it's got a child, oh my god. Where to start with this? This isn't something I've done before either, so this is a whole new kettle of fish for me. Right, so when the loot browser is open, it will only ever be open if it has a child. When it's open, because obviously as the player moves, whatever's visible, like if you've selected an item, that is within the loot window and then you moved your character that item that you've highlighted could disappear from the screen. So if that happens, you then need to like change. Let's have a look at what he's saying. List of child objects, and okay, that sounds interesting. I've not worked with lists before. So I guess let's just go into the prefab of this. So when this is added, so at the moment for all of the loot items, when they get spawned, when the player walks over one of the loot items on the floor, we create the UI prefab for that item, and then when we leave the trigger of the loot on the floor, we get rid of that. So things are going to be coming in and out of that all the time. So it's like at the point that a child gets added, we need to add it to, oh my god, it feels like it needs to be a scene variable of loot children. I feel like that's the best thing to do. So Jesus Christ. So you think a list would be the best way to go about this? Oh. If I had that as a scene variable, so we've got the loot parent, we've got the loot browser, and that variable has been used in there. So what would we loot? Children. I'll call this I'm going to call it loot browser children. I know that's a long variable name. Loot browser children. List, was it? Okay. Right, so we've got a lot of lists. So is it a list of game objects, wouldn't it? List of game objects. That would be... But hold on, this is going to get constantly added to, so there's no point in me adding things here, is there? So I think that would be right, wouldn't it? Loot browser children. List of game objects. So at the point so I guess when you create the object, list add, no. Is that right? You would add this game object to the list. Alright, so don't bother with a list then. Right, so when the player get children, Well, the content object is here. So I do need the list then. So at the point we instantiate a child, we need to add that child to the list. And then oh no, hold on. The children are going to be coming and going as you move in and around the loot in the world. When a child is added, trying to think the functionality of the loot browser. So if you're stood on a pile of loot and you've selected a loot item, if that loot item plug the loot parent, get children node. Are you on about C#? The way this is going to work is going to be tricky. There must be a way we can do this with the scroll without having to do all this. Loot parent has the children. Loot parent is their game object. Getting the child count. That's a really confusing icon. Is that mouse left mouse down? Is mouse... I mean, it's the mouse wheel. You have left mouse and right mouse, so... Jesus Christ. Mouse up, mouse down. Oh my god, dude. Scroll wheel. For fuck's sake. Oh man. What node? Oh, here we go. On mouse input, button middle, up. So if the mouse is going up, now the problem with this is the amount of options is going to change. It's going to change based on the children are coming in and out of this. Oh my god. I feel like this is going to be complicated. On mouse input, if it's up, get child count. I'm feeling like I'm kind of out of fuel for doing this. I feel like I've done a really good job of actually getting the loot to display in the window. I feel like this next stage is something that I've not done before, which is why I'm lagging a bit with trying to wrap my head around it. I think it's okay to say I don't know what I'm doing with this. I've like with like blueprints and visual script and menus and switching on integer. I've worked with a fixed quantity within those, whereas with this, the switching on integer, it's like that value, it has the potential to change so much because well, it's not a fixed value, it's constantly going up and down. So this whole switch on integer, the options on here are going to be constantly changing. I know, that's what I mean, Awen. With visual scripting in Unity, it's a whole new kettle of fish, dude. It's almost like you want to say, I just would have thought that the scroll view, the way this works, I feel like I need to call the stream there because I feel like I've made really good progress, but now I'm at a stage where I haven't done this before. I feel like I need to do a bit of research on it before I attempt it, or else I'm just going to be sat here for however long playing around with things, trying to get something to work. I need to do some research into this. So I feel like I'll show you what we've done so far, because I can see we've got a couple of new viewers by the looks of it. So, I mean, we've got a really good functioning loot drop system. Like I say, yesterday I think we spent about 3.5 hours maybe setting up the nameplates dropping on the floor above the loot. There are problems with that, which I think is why I've opted for this solution. Oh, you arseholes. I mean, I'm really happy with how that displays. Like, the player can see what loot there is. We just need to figure out a way that we can kind of navigate through that. It's like you want to, it's almost like you want to, it's like you want to have I don't know. Like at the moment, you can see there is 6 children in there. And then you'd want to kind of say, okay, if the player at the moment now, if they use the middle mouse, you would select the first child, and then if you did mouse down again, you would select the second child. So that index amount, oh my god, I think I need to do some planning in draw.io of how this would work, the code for it, and then once I've got an idea of like, okay, this is what I like, pseudocode, like as you kill more, you're adding, the children's getting added to, so it is like that whole children of what's going on with the loot? We've got Skyrim physics going on here, guys. Yeah, it's like we want to constantly just, yeah, I need to plan this out in pseudocode, but I'm very happy with how it's actually working. I think it's cool. It's nice. Everything's the right size. It's easy to read. And like I say, I know the loot at the moment, there's a lot of space there, but Jesus Christ. Sorry. Get components in children. Yeah, like I say, dude, I know what I want to happen. It's what I'm trying to do with scrolling through the different options of the loot. It's not this whole loot scroll bar thing. It's not something I've really used in Unity before. It's the first time ever in this actual project. The only time I used the scroll bar thing was in the controls menu. So using it in this kind of respect within the actual game during gameplay, it's like we need to go through the different options, and then it's also like, I know I could probably get the highlighting option to work, so when we go through the different objects, we're basically getting the image component to give the visual feedback for the player to show what item they're currently selected, and then if they select an item, that's because obviously at the moment, like, there could be multiple items within the loot box, and we need the scroll bar to reflect that. And then if they select an item that's, you know, going down within the loot window, we need to then adjust the scroll bar. There's lots of different things going on that we need to do within the code, and I think I'm just too tired to it's a combination of tiredness and also this is new to me, so I need to read into it and look it up. But I'm going to call it there. We have made some great progress. So we've essentially got a new mechanic. We've got the loot browser, which we didn't have before. So that is functioning. We're just adding a new layer to it with the selecting the loot, and then when you select it, you would press E, and then it would delete the game object of that loot, and then add that item to the inventory. So there's a lot going on here. We haven't even got onto the inventory. So let's call it there, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. This has been quite, I wouldn't say full on, but there's been a lot of stuff that we've been playing around with in UI. Anyone that's watching that hasn't already, feel free to follow if you want to stay up to date with the next game dev stream. Feel free to check out my YouTube channel to see the previous game dev streams for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play this game, version 1.0 is available on my itch page below. And thank you for watching. Oh, hold on. What have you just said, dude? Is the item on the loot window currently just a text, or it's a text. It does have, I'll just quickly show you. Sorry, I'm in the wrong thing. This prefab, I've got the image. So at the moment, it says common. That common, that text changes. So whatever the loot item is, that name will change. And then I was going to use this image to give visual feedback for the player that it's been selected or highlighted. So if, you know, the object is highlighted, we would set this image component active, and that will be the feedback for when the item's selected. Same for this one. Very simple. Anyway, I'm going to call the stream there. I've done the outro. Thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you in the next stream.